Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th. Welcome to Wednesday and the final week of the Keeneland Fall Meet here in 2024. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you on today at Keeneland, and a big Wednesday with an 8-race card because of the late pick 5 carryover. In case you missed it on Friday evening, the late pick 5 carries to over $301,000 today, starting in race number 4. This can be a 7-figure pull. I've got to imagine with the depth of these fields and it being a Wednesday and this being the premier race card on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
As it always is.
With how many people were playing tickets in the Pick 6 on Sunday because of the 2-day carryover, I really thought that it wouldn't be possible for either wager to carry over, but lo and behold, a Pick 5 carryover for today. This is going to be the biggest wager by far in the country today.
Yeah, get involved. Race number 4 is where it begins, over $301,000, 50-cent minimum wager. We'll talk more about the late Pick 5 in a moment, but let's go back to Sunday. It was Heroes Day out here at Keeneland, and the flag rollout, always one of the most impressive aspects of Heroes Day as we celebrate those heroes joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and getting into the racing. Glean, the number 3 horse, gets the victory for the Lail Stables. Wesley Ward and Gerardo Corrales with the Keeneland grad.
Yeah, very impressive. As we move along to another impressive winner, that was race number 4, Mighty Madison, for trainer Phil Bauer, who's had a very strong meet with limited starters, but they've all run really well. This one for Irad Ortiz Jr., and it was our very own Scott Hazelton's best angle.
Yeah, was she, 3 to 5?
Mm-hmm. Well, but it was important because it was a key in the Pick 5 sequence and even in the Pick 6. Federalism for Eddie Keneally, Luis Saez. Part of the reason why we do have this Pick 5 carryover, this one was hard to find.
And then Chop Chop, she likes a mile and a half. She likes Keeneland. She's now a 2-time graded stakes winner at Keeneland Racecourse after taking the Rude and Riddle Dowager Stakes and doing it with Luan Machado, who had quite an eventful week and had a very productive weekend.
Absolutely.
Picking up a couple of stakes wins. And here's that Pick 6 payout, $790,000. Looking at the jockey trainer standings, Talagaff Leon, he's just stayed steady at the top, keeping this 4 to 5 win advantage, it seems, over Luis Saez throughout this entire meet. Jose Ortiz having a great meet, as is Irad and Flavian. He's got 9 wins. Brad Cox 2 in front of Rudy Brisset, and now 3 in front of Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, Brad and Rudy have both had phenomenal meets. Brad, what did he break the stakes record on Sunday as well? So he's had an unbelievable meet, and so has Rudolph. And it seems like every time Rudolph wins one, Brad comes back and wins another one. So he can't quite catch him just yet.
Coming into the final week, that's what the jockey and trainer standings look like here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's go to WKYT for the Wednesday weather.
It's going to be another fantastic day out at the track with temperatures that will climb likely into the 70s. And the other thing about today, it's going to get a little bit breezy out there for you. Those winds are going to pick up 20, 25 miles per hour, I think, at times. But you notice right around 3 o'clock, we're at 75. And again, a bit breezy. You got 73 or so close to the last post time. So that sun gets a little lower in the sky a little bit quicker. And as that happens, the numbers will drop and respond to that as well. But overall, a fantastic day at the races. Good luck.
And with the continued great weather here at Keeneland Racecourse, fast and firm, the conditions presented by John Deere. Main track fast, turf listed as firm for this 8-race card. Let's take a look at our full card selections. Download the Keeneland Race Day app right now on your smartphone or tablet. And we've got Yo Puedo in race number 1.
That's it, because you and I have a combo Pick 5 ticket, and we spent a pretty good chunk of change on it because we don't align in many races in the Pick 5 sequence.
No, you can see those final 5 races. Not one top selection do we agree with, and there's only a couple horses that there's crossover as far as the second and third choices in those final 5 races. So again, download the Keeneland Race Day app. You'll have access to those full card selections each and every race day. Social media, give us a follow on X at Keeneland Racing, at Facebook or on Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, FanDuel TV, their X handle there at FanDuel TV, and download the FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. You can catch today at Keeneland each and every race day on the FanDuel TV Plus app, as well as great race day coverage over there on FanDuel TV. So coming into the final 4 days of this race meet, let's get a look at our featured event, race number 7. One of these craftily written allowance races that opens the doors for opportunity for a lot of very good horses. I mean, you look at Arrest Me Red, he's made $1 million. 1,000,001 in his racing career. That's the number 1 horse. And Outdoor, he's made over $1 million as well. And this is an allowance race, bringing these types of horses together with a lot of depth. There are some big numbers next to horses that are definitely capable of running big races. So
even the
challenging race.
A couple $1,000 away from $1 million. I mean, there are horses that have made between $500,000 to over $1 million in their career.
So that's a look at the field. Race number 7, post time 4:12 Eastern time, and this race part of that late pick 5. To me, this could be an all race in the pick 5, and if you can find strong opinions in other situations. But I went to Outdoor, the gelding for Eddie Keneally, and they rolled the dice and claimed this horse for $80,000 back in June at Churchill Downs. And he was the pace in that race on the 8th of August at Ellis Park in the Kentucky Downs preview turf sprint. And then he came into Kentucky Downs and ran a big race going 6.5 furlongs. Probably just a little bit too far. The other time that he ran 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs, he was in for a $50,000 tag. This was not a $50,000 claimer. So the cutback in distance for Outdoor, and the third start off the claim, he gets back on Lasix once again. He didn't race on Lasix at Ellis Park, and that looks to be a key to his success when you just look at those allowance races and wins that he had for Wesley Ward before being claimed. So I'll lean on Outdoor. He's made over $1 million. He's won half his starts. He's 10 for 20 over the course of his racing career, 16 times in the money. He's got course form as well. A lot of reasons to like him with Saez in the saddle for Eddie Keneally, which to me is a team that you have to pay attention to at Keeneland Racecourse. The one, Arrest Me Red, he's another consistent performer. The last time we saw this 6-year-old gelding run at Keeneland, he was chasing Caravel around there in the Grade 2 Shakertown going back to the spring meet of 2023. He's looking for his first win at Keeneland. He's yet to win, but he stakes placed at Keeneland in the Shakertown. And then finally the number 10 we'll get to in a moment as the third choice. But Arrest Me Red, here's his workout on the turf course in 1 minute and 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 2/5, if that makes sense to you. 1 minute 3. So easy workout for the old veteran, and just get a spin around there. I think with David Flores, it looks like D-Flow in the saddle for the Wesley Ward team. And when Wesley analyzes his workouts, and we'll be doing it when we get ready for the Keeneland Breakfast Show, it's not about the time. It's just how they're getting over it. You don't want to see horses bobble. Just maintain a consistent stride, and that's exactly what you saw there with Arrest Me Red. And then Mustache. He's another horse. I mean, he ran against Cogburn last time out. He was just beaten by Arrest Me Red last 2 starts back at Ellis Park. That's the number 10 horse in here. He's got course form. Another one to consider in a wide-open feature turf sprint.
It is. It's a challenging race. I mean, you and I were kind of discussing this when we were trying to do our pick 5, and it was tough because we have a difference of an opinion. The reason why I didn't go with Outdoor today is because I think there's going to be a lot of speed in here. And I know there's always a lot of speed in turf sprints, but I think he can only handle so much pace pressure. I mean, he wasn't able to really handle pace pressure at Ellis Park, and he folded to finish 6th in that stakes race. So I think that it's going to set up for a closer, and I hope it's Mischievous Rogue. We'll go back to his race back on the 8th of June at Churchill Downs. Now, this was going the flat 5 furlongs, and he ran so well. Juan Machado was aboard, got a fast pace to close into. There's definitely that, but this was his first race since February, so he was coming off the layoff. He ran well. He almost won. He lost to Nothing Better, who would come back out to win. And then this horse shipped to Hawthorne. He picked up a stakes victory very easily, wrapped up in the end, posting one of his fastest figures in his career. And then he came back as the beaten favorite at Kentucky Downs. We don't know if he's one that necessarily handled it. 6.5 furlongs, I say this all the time, usually plays more like a mile, so that was probably too far for him. I think he gets the right setup. I also think the 10 Mustache gets the right setup. He's a horse that doesn't necessarily need the lead sprinting. He can close from off of it, and you don't have to look any further than his race at Ellis Park 2 starts back in the beginning of August. We'll show you his workout recently. This was on the 16th of October right here at Keeneland, and it was good. I mean, he's such a trier. It doesn't matter what distance he runs. He is a graded stakes winner, going 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. He's also really effective sprinting on the turf. I don't know what his best distance is. he is just a trier no matter where they put him, and he looks like he's coming into this race in good shape. And then finally, the number 1, Arrest Me Red. I do wonder what kind of trip he's going to work out from the rail. I don't think he's faster than some of the others to his outside, so I imagine he's going to kind of sit a trip similar to what we saw at Ellis 2 starts back, where he takes back and makes that move.
So those are our top 3 selections. For more on the feature, let's go to Tom Leach.
Arrest Me Red is one of the top choices down on the inside for trainer Wesley Ward. This horse comes off a sensational win in wire-to-wire fashion against one of these stakes caliber allowance races. That one was at Kentucky Downs, and Wesley tells us how his horse came to be on the lead that day.
Frankie Dettori, just sometimes he can change the horse's running style up, and he went for the track bias that day, which played fast, and he's been coming from behind and making a run, and Frankie just had it in his mind, and off they went, and they held on. It was really I gotta credit that one all to Frankie.
You think that would be the preferred style for this race?
I don't know. It depends. I never tell him or any of these jockeys what to do. I kind of the guys that I ride, they know what, have a plan going in, and if I sort of give them just a little bit of how the horse is or this or that, if it's the first time riding him, this way they get to know him a little bit and they ride their own race. But Frankie's just a genius.
How has the Arrest Me Red trained out of that race?
Very good. This is his home track, so we've been looking forward to this race since that win, running him here. But he's doing really, really good.
So Arrest Me Red is 0-1 in 3 starts at Keeneland, has a tough rail draw. So you can find a reason to bet against Arrest Me Red if you want. That's the thing with this race. I think more than half the field, you can make a case for the horse's win chance positively or negatively and have evidence to back it up. It's a real tough handicapping challenge.
Tom and Gabby, Amon is another one that I would throw into the conversation
absolutely.
There. The number 5 horse for Joe Orseno, coming back to Keeneland. He's not run bad in the past year. He was 3rd behind Arzak, going back to the spring meet in the Grade 2 Shakertown, and he's kept himself in tough company. He shipped out to the West Coast to run in the Eddie D last time out. Keep in mind, that's a down-the-hill turf course race now, once again at Santa Anita.
That's right. I think you could probably make a case for. I know he didn't really run well last time out, but he went against Isi Vungo, who's going to run in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Agent Peter Graves. I mean, the list goes, and then Tyler's on the 12th. So it really, that could easily be an all race in the pick 5.
And I was convinced with Sosa Summer, the 12 in this race, that he was going to really start to become a force in the turf sprint when we saw him show up here in the Shakertown, and he just didn't bring it that day, but he kind of bounced back last time out. You know, he's a tough read, but it's Tyler Gaffleone. So
I would say the positive with his form is he's kind of had some gaps in the last couple of starts, but at least he wheels back off of relatively short rest when you look at what he's done over the course of the past year from Kentucky Downs. So at least a plus.
I'm going to move us into the nightcap race number 8 to get the key race conversation going now. A key late scratch that just came out right before we hit the air about 15 minutes ago. Hitchcock, the number 8, is withdrawn from this race. So that would have been a filly that would have taken, or colt rather, that would have taken quite a bit of attention for CRK Stable and Peter Urton. Also, Flavian Pratt picks up the mount on the number 10 horse, Original Sin, a first-time starter for Calumet Farm, colt by Curlin. With that being said, I was going to go with the number 8 horse, Hitchcock, initially, but he's not running. So I find myself in the situation where I'm going to touchy the number 4 horse for 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. This is a colt by Nyquist who's run twice. Both times he's run in stakes competition. He ran in the Tremont at Saratoga, back during Belmont Stakes weekend at the Spa, and then followed that up with a 4th place finish in the Saratoga Special. He's been favored twice, both times against Stakes Company. He's never run against Baton Specialway Company. How short of a price do you think he's going to be coming into this race? Working locally, he works in 59 and change, as you see here, going back to September. So this is going back a few works, but it doesn't look like he's slowed down at all in his recent workouts. How short does he end up being in this race?
No, I'm so bad at predicting that, but I do think he's going to be shorter than the morning line because of the scratch of the 8. The 8 definitely figured to take money, so he's going to come down. And I think because of how challenging the other races are in the sequence, people might lean on this horse in the nightcap.
Original Sin's interesting. It's a Brad Cox first-time starter, right? That's the number 10 horse. He's been working over at Ellis Park. He comes here to Keeneland to debut. Brad Cox, first time out, Keeneland or wherever. Yes, absolutely, you got to pay attention. But Amour Patrie, is that what we're going with here on the 12? Or at least I went with. For Jimmy DeVito.
Say it with confidence.
Jimmy
Nobody will
DeVito
question
is
it.
good with these 2-year-olds, and he can pop. And this is a horse that worked at Hawthorne out of the gate in a minute flat and then came here to Keeneland to put in 2 more workouts. Last I checked, they're still looking for a rider on the 12 in race number 8. But Jimmy DeVito can strike, and he buys these horses down in Ocala for Double Down Stables a lot, and they always seem to have a good young horse. Watch out for the 12 here in race 8.
I agree with you, and I even talked about this when he shipped a couple horses in to run at Churchill Downs during the September meet, and they ran pretty well. He comes here with a mission, so don't leave out the number 12 for Jimmy DeVito. I went to the 11 Campaign Trail. I know he's 20-1 on the morning line. He'll probably come down from that. Tyler Gaffleone is aboard, this Eric Foster trainee, and I know he hasn't been backed by the public at all in his first 2 races, but the first race he finished 3rd in that East Avenue race, and I know that's a race that's been coming up frequently at the meet, so I went back and I tried to check who has done what out of that race, and really the best out of that race was Built, who finished 4th. He came back here for Wayne Catalano, and he won. This horse had a bad trip last time out. Draw a line through his race last time out. I think focus on his debut, and he finished 3rd to East Avenue. I think that explains all that you need to know. 11.46.
Price coming down there. Race number 5, your key race.
Yep. All right, we're going to go a little bit earlier in the day. So this is the second leg of the Pick 5 sequence, and another really tricky race. 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course. It's a maiden special weight for a 3-year-old and up. And I went with a 15-1 shot. That's the number 3 Impractical Diva as the top selection. But I do think that horses like the 4 My Brazilian Girl are going to get bet, and certainly the number 10 Bird Watching for trainer Arnaud Delacour. She does come into the race with back-to-back second-place finishes. But the reason why I went to Impractical Diva is because this is a lightly raced group. Nobody's really been that accomplished as of late, so it's hard for me to take such a short price on the 10. The 3 Impractical Diva, will show you her race here. She is the number 4 horse. She's down on the inside. And even prior to this, Scott, she didn't get out of the gate very quickly. This was her first race, and this was sprinting on the turf. She is professional. I mean, she lost by 2 lengths. I don't think that she really made up any ground as of late, but the field kind of stayed intact. Look at her making a little bit of a move there down on the inside and just maintaining the form. Now, keep in mind, this was her first race. She clearly handled the turf. She looked fine. She came back on the main track at Churchill to lose. She finished 5th in a field of 5, so that wasn't ideal. But now she gets Joel Rosario, who's aboard here today. I just think there are a lot of positive signs. Michael McCarthy has had a strong meet, so the 3 Impractical Diva is going to be the top pick. I will say I almost picked the 6 One Front War. It was between these two because I think One Front War had a wide trip against a very good field last time out. So if you are looking at that pick 5 sequence, I would strongly suggest using both of these horses.
I went to the 4 My Brazilian Girl, the Maryland-bred filly. I'm a little disappointed that you didn't go in that direction with this filly. She gets Lasix for the first time. Her best races have come on turf. Mm-hmm. She wasn't beaten that far in the Tepin Stakes at Churchill Downs as a maiden, and then she was the beaten favorite at Ellis in a maiden special weight race where she finished 2nd, just staying very steady. Back on grass with My Brazilian Girl, I think it speaks for itself. Very obvious angle for me on the number 4 in race number 5.
And the thing with the 4 as well, she's proven that she can get 2 turns. The tricky thing with my top picks, the 3 and the 6, they're stretching out from sprint distances, so there's always that question.
Let's take a look at our clock report for this Wednesday afternoon. And in race number 6, the number 5 horse Intricate worked 48-4 back on the 16th of this month. And well-bred daughter of Gun Runner has been training forwardly in preparation for her first start since mid-August. And the Chestnut sitting on a solid half-mile breeze at Keeneland back on the 16th in company with stablemate Thanksgiving, a daughter of Uncle Mo for trainer Brendan Walsh. Grade 1 Stakes Place filly. She'll face Allowance Company for the first time and gets Lasix for the first time. She beat Torpedo Anna, right? Did she beat Torpedo Anna? Go back to the fall? Intricate?
I believe so.
You're not helping me. She did. She beat her in the Goldenrod.
Yeah.
She's a good filly. And then in race number 7, that's right, the number 9 horse, 8-1 morning line. She worked in 46-1, or he did. So he's a son of Golden Sense. sizzled that half-mile bullet workout and galloped out 5 furlongs in 59 and 4. Freewheeling 5-year-old will be an early pace factor in the turf sprint, is improved off the claim for the New Connections jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. rides.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's another horse that you could include in that turf sprint. That is a tough, tough race.
Is that
Good job.
it?
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's all
Appreciate
I have.
it.
That's all I got today.
You ready to tackle this late pick 5?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right. Again, we did not see eye to eye really at all over the course of this
We
this
would
late
make
pick
bad
5.
partners at the track today because we don't agree at all. And if we had a specific budget, we'd probably go over that. But first leg of the sequence, 4, 5, 9. I think we can agree that we feel pretty comfortable with those 3, right?
Yes.
5th race, we have more coverage. I wish we had more coverage in the 7th. That's the only thing that I wish we had.
In the turf sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the 5th race is not an easy endeavor for that turf event for the fillies and mares. And we go 3, 4, 6, 8, and 10. In Practical Diva, the filly you talked about, My Brazilian Girl, the Maryland-bred One Front War, who you also mentioned, comes out of a Kentucky Downs race, and she gets to go 2 turns for the first time. The 8, Stents and Statins for Ignacio Correas, first start here. Or that's the 9, excuse me, Street Where You Live on for Phil Simms.
The race 2 back at Horseshoe Indy was very good.
And that was on turf. So she's got the 1 race, and there's a lot of that in this race, it seems like. And then Bird Watching, she's knocked on the door in both races. She was the favorite last time out. She didn't run bad. So perhaps today's the day as they go to James Graham once again with Bird Watching with that outside draw. And then in race number 6, that being the second level allowance mile and an 1/8 race. That's the other thing about this race here in race number 6. It's a mile and an 1/8. You know, that's who's going to handle this distance. I know Intricate comes out of a pair of grade 1s, so it's a significant drop down in class. Wesley's filly, the 6-horse Landed, she's on a 3-race win streak.
She looks like controlling speed.
Right, with Johnny V in the saddle.
She's very dangerous in there because she could control the race. The only other horse that could maybe run with her is the 9, Audacious, but I don't know how good she is. Maybe the 11, Musical Note. Again, I don't know how good she is. She did win by 4 last time out of Horseshoe Indy for Brad, but I think you and I are just taking the approach. If Landed is good enough, she can wire the field, but then you get the 2 class horses and Neon Icon, who's coming out of, this summer she ran in the grade 1 Alabama, and then Intricate, her form speaks for itself. She also ran in the Alabama.
We're a little thin in the nightcap, 4 and 11, touchy. Hopefully he can come through if we get that far, and then the 11-horse Campaign Trail with Tyler in the saddle, the one you talked me into because of the East Avenue race.
I like this approach, though, because I think some people will single the 4, so I don't think it's necessary to maybe spend too much money on the nightcap. I think it's the 4 or something crazy could happen, and that crazy could be the 11 Campaign Trail, hopefully.
Or the Jimmy DeVito first-time starter. Do not sleep on Amor Patrier.
We're out of money. Can you blame us?
I got that one right again. Let's go to our Keeneland Sales Grad Spotlight with Harvest and Hearth, a McKinsey colt that brought $285,000 last year at the Keeneland September sale. Big pedigree, half-brother to a stakes winner. 3 winners from that first dam. She Hung the Moon, a daughter of Malibu Moon, who's been a phenomenal broodmare sire. So we take a look back to last year. Hip number 1896, now named Harvest and Hearth. 15-1 morning line. Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr. Team comes together again with a first-time starter. And a colt that it's bred to have a good start. McKinsey's had a really nice start to his stallion career with his first crop of 2-year-olds this season. Let's get into our best angles of the day, and I'll roll it back to race number 6 and go to Landed, the number 6 horse, in this race for trainer Wesley Ward. I think that she and Intricate are just the 2 best fillies in this race, so I'll go 6/5. And here's Landed winning the Fleet Indian, facing New York Bred Company. She's proven that she can step out of New York Bred Company. If you go back to the springtime here at Keeneland, where she was able to win in a first-level allowance race at a mile and a 16th, but no slowing down for this filly. And she's adapted to different paces. That's the other thing about her. She won at Saratoga going 7/8 in the slop, up on a very, very fast pace. What's she do going a mile and an 1/8? She relaxes out on the front end, and she keeps on going. True racehorse, daughter of Omaha Beach, New York bred, trying to beat Open Company. I've got her over Intricate, $10 exacta, keeping it simple, at least for race number 6.
All right, I'm going to take us to the very first race of the day. Number 1. Numero uno. This race is 1 1/16 miles on the main track, a starter 50 event. We do have a scratch in there, and big rider change on my top selection. Christian Torres is off his mounts today. Adam Beschizza does pick up the mount. Last time at the distance, so the last time that this mare was at 1 1/16 miles, we'll roll back her race at Churchill Downs. She was forwardly placed. She ran very well. She faded to finish late in this race, but the filly that beat her, Generous Lover, she would go on to win back-to-back stakes races after that at Belterra and at Thistle, improving her Beyer speed figure. So she lost to a very nice horse. And if you look at her race where she faced $50,000 claimers in the spring this year at Keeneland, she won. She went wire to wire. So I have 2 words for the opener. I can.
You can?
That's what
Yo puedo.
means. Yeah.
You can do it. So 8 overall, right? $8 ticket?
Yep. That's it.
Punch it in right now.
I'm just punching it in, 8 overall. Hopefully we get a good price underneath.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his...
For our long shot play, we're going to go to that contentious feature race, and I'm going to try the 3-horse Mark of the Z. I like this horse's record at Keeneland. That's a big plus. The connections probably won't take a lot of money, so we may get somewhere close to that big 20-1 line. And the other thing I like is post position number 3. Jeremy Plonk on his Keeneland look-ahead shows on YouTube the night before the races always talks about the power posts, 3, 4, and 5 in these full field turf sprints. So this horse has one of those power posts, and I think he's got a big shot to outrun his odds. Maybe not win, but hit the board and juice up the exotics. Mark of the Z, our long shot play.
The old Michigan bred. Mark of the Z. If you're in the house here and you're from Michigan, that could be your angle later on today.
Well, I'm the Maryland bred, and I didn't pick the one Maryland bred, so yeah. I don't know. I lost the memo on that.
10 seconds. What do you hope to achieve in the final week here at Keeneland? Anything? 9?
I want to make money. I want to bet a winning ticket.
Right answer. Enjoy today at Keeneland. Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The wandering son returns. The older brother, who's been away from the family for over 1,000 days, is back. A little bolder, more sophisticated, stronger yet leaner. The all-new Land Cruiser resumes its place alongside the new, more dynamic Tacoma, the powerful Tundra, the legendary 4Runner, and the full-size adventuring Sequoia to reunite Toyota's 5 brothers. The family that plays together stays together. Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Georgetown College Treble Choir to the paddock. Treble Choir is a non-auditioned choral ensemble that primarily performs music in the soprano and alto ranges. They are under the direction of Professor Christopher Powell. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Brittany Ford from Concessions as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Brittany. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Those are the John Deere track and turf conditions. Time now for the changes. First race starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also starts the early pick five. No carryover for the early pick five. In that first race, scratch number 1, no risk it, no biscuit. Scratch number 1, no risk it, no biscuit. Jock change for the 8th, jockey Yo Puedo. Adam Beschizza. Number 8, Yo Puedo. Make the jockey, Adam Beschizza. Second race, double. Pick 3, start of the early pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey change for number 2, Golden Irish, Flavian Pratt. That's the second race, number 2, Golden Irish, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Also, jockey change on number 7, Ardita Mente, Luis Avila. Second race, the 7, Ardita Mente, Luis Avila, the jockey. Third race starts the pick 6, no carryover for the pick 6. In that third race, scratch the 2, Fear of Union. Scratch number 2, Fear of Union. Jockey change on the 7, Apollo Rising, Flavian Pratt. That's the third race, number 7, Apollo Rising, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Fourth race, start of the late pick 5, carryover, $301,896. In that fourth race, jockey change to be announced for number 2, Nullerbor. Number 2, Nullerbor, the jockey to be announced. Race 5, start of the late pick 4, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 12, Scenic Beauty, Jose Ortiz. That's race 5, number 12, Scenic Beauty, the jockey, Jose Ortiz. Sixth race. Scratch number 1, Sanctify. Scratch number 4, Let's Talk About Me. And scratch number 12, Sakura Blossom. That's in the sixth race. Scratch number 1, Sanctify. Scratch number 4, Let's Talk About Me. And scratch the 12, Sakura Blossom. Featured seventh race. Scratch number 8, Bushido. Scratch the 11, Agent Peter Graves. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the featured seventh. Scratch number 8, Bushido. Scratch the 11, Agent Peter Graves. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Eighth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that eighth race, scratch number 8, Hitchcock. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the eighth race, scratch number 8, Hitchcock. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Jockey change for the 10, Original Sin, the jockey, Flavian Pratt. Eighth race, number 10, Original Sin, the jockey, Flavian Pratt. And a jockey change for number 12, Amor Patriae, Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 12, Amor Patriae, Ricardo Santana Jr. And those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome back to Keeneland Racecourse as we've got 8 races ahead. Our featured event, race number 7, a turf sprint for stakes caliber runners in that allowance race. Gabby, part of the late pick 5, that's the storyline of the day. Late pick 5 carryover, over $300,000 from Sunday, 7-figure pool easily on this Wednesday.
It's going to be massive on this Wednesday. Sunday, even to round out the weekend, we had a lot on the line with the 2-day pick 6 carryover. I thought there was going to be a shot of another pick 6 carryover, but in turn we do have this pick 5 carryover for Wednesday's card. It's a tough sequence. The feature today, I think it it might have a very hot pace, so maybe look for closers in that edition. And then in the last race, that race I thought was one of the most challenging races of the Pick 5 sequence.
Yeah, 2-year-old maiden race to close things out. It is a challenge that we accept as far as the late Pick 5 starts in race number 4, over $301,000 carrying into the late Pick 5 pool on this gorgeous Wednesday afternoon to kick off the final week of the fall meet here at Keeneland. Less than 19 minutes away from the first race here today at Keeneland Racecourse. Don't forget, the first race does start the early Pick 5, the pool over $93,000, and the current favorite, as you can see, the number 5 horse, Lucy Got Game, 3-2 on the board for trainer Tom Amos. Both Gabby and I going to the number 8, Yo Puedo, who picks up Adam Beschizza in the saddle here this afternoon with that rider change. This is a mare that's got form here at Keeneland. She's been steady throughout the course of her career, making over $100,000 from 10 starts, battle-tested at this starter allowance condition, and she cuts back in distance to 1 1/16. She ran well at this level at Churchill Downs going to the midway point of June of this summer, finished second that day after having the lead in that long stretch. But the first wire finish, I think, really helps her. You look at the last time that she ran here, going 1 1/16, not near as long of a stretch to deal with as she did have at Churchill Downs going 2 starts back. And she was able to clear that Nalmorza 2 level by 3 3/4 lengths. So we're taking a gamble here at 5-1 with Yo Puedo and hope that she can handle Lucy Got Game, the number 5 horse, who just cleared that $50,000 claiming level last time out by 5 3/4 lengths. So this is a step up in class for the 5 Lucy Got Game, is Gabby's second choice and my third choice. So let me go to the number 2 horse, Cha-Cha-Chucka, for Brendan Walsh. She gets another opportunity here in starter allowance competition. She's just a one-time winner, which is something that certainly is coming into the maiden 30 ranks as she's facing horses like Lucy Got Game, Yo Puedo, and the 7 Wits and Wagers, who are multiple winners. But Cha-Cha-Chucka certainly fits the condition. She showed us that last time out, 5-1 with an inside draw, and we'll see what Flavian Pratt is able to do with that inside post position. But I was intrigued by her last race at Churchill Downs to certainly figure that she fits in and amongst these types of runners here today at Keeneland Racecourse. And then we go to the number 5 horse, that's Lucy Got Game. Now, as I was saying, this is a step up in class for her. She broke her maiden at Delta Downs, going the 7-furlong 2-turn distance down in Vinton, Louisiana. They gave her a shot against Allowance Company and then dropped her in for 50, and she was able to win. So she does step up into these starter allowance ranks here today. And at 8-5, Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. He dictates the market as he should with the volume of races that he wins here at Keeneland. But sometimes you can find yourself with other horses that are in inflated prices because Tyler is riding the other ones. And I think this one is a little bit closer as far as the reality of form is concerned than what the tote board is telling you when you go to Yo Puedo, the 8, and the number 5 horse, Lucy Got Game. 17 minutes to post, race number 1. Starter 50, 1 1/16, short stretch, first wire finish here today at Keeneland. Good luck in the first of 8 on this Wednesday at Keeneland Racecourse.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's fourth race, the jockey change for the fourth race is now available. In that fourth event, number 2, Nullarbor, the jockey E.T. Baird. That's in the fourth race, number 2, Nullarbor, the jockey E.T. Baird. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter allowance, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. First race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3, wagering start of the early pick 5. No carryover for the early pick 5. Scratch the 1, no risk it, no biscuit. The jockey for number 8, Yo Puedo, will be Adam Beschizza. Post time for the first race in 7 minutes. Fast track, firm turf this afternoon.
There's a look at Harley, and Lucy got game. She's back there somewhere as she's being shadowed by Lucy, or by Harley. There she is, the daughter of Vino Rosso, who's looking for back-to-back wins. This is probably stating the obvious, but if I was to pick one out just based on looks down in the paddock, it would be Lucy got game. She's the one that looked the best to me, and not that there was anything wrong with the rest of them. I just preferred the way that this daughter of Vino Rosso was presented and presented herself down in the paddock. So Lucy got game 3-2 right now, creeping towards even money as we approach post time for race number 1. The number 6 horse, she's the biggest price in this field, Sacred Saint, Louisiana-bred daughter of Star Guitar. She's got hope if she's able to get the distance here today, and the pace agrees with her is the way that it looks, because the mile and a 16th at Churchill Downs, she just couldn't quite keep up. She also got anxious, if you read the comment lines before the start of that race, and broke through the front of the starting gate, according to the comment line. And so often horses that do that and run, just having to reset, it's not an ideal situation. So if she can stay even, maybe she'll even take a step forward off of that race. But I think that the first wire finish would be the angle to use with this filly. If you think that she's good enough to spring an upset or at least use underneath, I would say the 6 will benefit from that first wire finish at the mile and a 16th here this afternoon. But that's also how we feel about Yo Puedo, who's already shown us, the number 8, that she's capable of winning at the mile and 16th distance here today at Keeneland Racecourse. Race number 1, less than 4 minutes to post. Early pick 5 pull approaching 150K.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Yo Puedo moves into line. Low Country Magic approaches the gate. Crazy Cammy goes in. Lucy Got Game walks up. East Shore, the last one, going in. First wire at the post. And they're off. And there goes Low Country Magic from the inside. Lucy Got Game is right there in the opening strides. These two come forward as they head for the first turn. It's Sacred Saint comes away running in the third position. Crazy Cammy, fourth back toward the inside, will save some ground around the first turn. Yo Puede is caught wide, 3 lanes off the rail as they head into the first turn. Cha Cha Chucka moves up the inside and sixth, 5 lengths from the front, is flanked there by Wits and Wagers. East Shore is last, 23.78 seconds. That was the time for the opening quarter. Low Country Magic is the leader onto the backstretch and leads it by 3/4 of a length. Low Country Magic and Lucy Got Game, who's right there toward the outside. Those two still separated by a half length or so, and they're joined by Crazy Cammy, who's third in behind that front pair. Now East Shore is moving up the rail into fourth, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Sacred Saint is in fifth. Wits and Wagers a wide sixth to the far turn. Cha Cha Chucka and Yo Puede, who is last, running nearly 7 lengths from the front, 48.01 seconds, the time for that opening half mile. Low Country Magic still the leader. The lead is a length now around the far turn. Lucy Got Game is second on the outside, 3/4 of a length. East Shore is third back toward the inside. Crazy Cammy is fourth up on the outside, 3 lengths from the front. The leader's moving by the quarter pole. Low Country Magic still in front, leads it by 2 lengths to the top of the short stretch. East Shore looking for running room, finds an opening down to the inside. Now East Shore determined to come up the rail. Lucy Got Game is there on the outside, and Crazy Cammy is in fourth. East Shore moves up to the inside of Low Country Magic. That is the stride for stride battle for the lead. Lucy Got Game is in third. East Shore keeps moving up the inside for Corey Lannery. East Shore to win the opener. Low Country Magic second, Crazy Cammy third. Lucy Got Game was fourth.
Well, Low Country Magic tried to steal it on the front end, and the 9 just needed some room to work with, and she had it. East Shore down on the inside, getting through there with Corey Lannery on the rail to spring an 8-1 upset. 9-3-4-5, the unofficial top 4. East Shore for Dale Romans taking the opener on this Wednesday.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 9 East Shore first, 3 Low Country Magic second, 4 Crazy Cammy third, 5 Lucy Got Game was fourth. 9-3-4-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 9 East Shore, owned by Pipe Dream Racing LLC of Mark Edwards, trained by Dale Romans, Corey Lannery, the winning jockey. East Shore, a 4-year-old filly by West Coast, out of Switcheroo by Exchange Rate, bred in Kentucky by Thomas and Renee Scucci. 1 minute 44.43 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track. First race results official, 9-3-4-5, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, the turf firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. In race 2, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. The jockey for number 2, Golden Irish, Flavian Pratt. Flavian Pratt rides the 2. The jockey for the 7, Ardita Mente, Luis Avila. 7, Ardita Mente, the jockey, Luis Avila.
Second race here at Keeneland on this Wednesday, 6 furlong event, 2-year-old fillies, maiden $30,000 claiming race, starts the early pick 4, and the number 4 horse, Citizen Judy, is a filly that makes the fourth start of her 2-year-old season, and was debuted back in the springtime here at Keeneland Racecourse. She chased Perfect Chances around on that afternoon. Was one of many Wesley Ward 2-year-old winners from the springtime. She followed that up with a solid third, going 4.5 furlongs, then stretched out to 6.5 to run in a maiden 50, but she drops down to maiden 30 here today, and that just may be the ticket for these connections with this American Freedom 2-year-old filly, because she's shown some ability. She's been involved in those races, maybe 6.5 a little bit too far for her. Perhaps the slop at Churchill Downs, even though she ran well in the slop at Keeneland on debut, was something that she didn't appreciate. But at least you would expect this filly to be forward based on the way that she's run. And the slight cutback in distance to 6 furlongs. She's got race experience over the favorite Golden Irish, the number 2 horse who sits at 5-2. So these are fillies looking, in her case, for the right level, and this certainly looks to be the right move to drop down in for 30 at this point in time off of those maiden special weight tries in that recent maiden 50 attempt. Now with Golden Irish, the number 2 horse, second selection for both me and Gabby, as Gabby's got the 1 on top. This is a filly debuting for Brad Cox, debuting in a maiden claiming event here today. First-time starters for Brad Cox won at a 22% clip. There is a slight drop-off for what it's worth when he debuts horses for maiden claiming tags, 18%, 4% difference. It's not massive. It's worth noting, though, but you would expect this filly to get money based on the barn. Flavian Pratt picks up the mount on Golden Irish. Her workouts haven't been all that swift up at Turfway Park, but I'm sure that's part of the reason that she debuts in a maiden 30 event versus running against maiden special weight types. So at 5-2, a very tepid favorite right now in a pretty wide open race, trying to sort through these 2-year-old fillies. The number 8 horse is my third selection, Mom's Cheesecake for Lacey Pierce. They're changing things up by adding blinkers, and we'll see if that works with this filly. She's been pretty even in her 2 runs, the one at Horseshoe Indianapolis and then that Churchill try for maiden 30. She did show slight improvement when stretching out to 6 furlongs. And if you look at that race at Churchill Downs, for what it's worth, the time was very fast. They ran in 1:10.3. I would be shocked if they complete 6 furlongs in 1:10.3 here today at Keeneland. You never know. Don't know if this 2-year-old or the first-time starters, perhaps they're capable of it. But if she's able to keep up the way that she did, was able to keep up the way that she did in that quick race at Churchill Downs, I think she's got a say in this race as a long shot contender, 15-1, Mom's Cheesecake, as she gets saddled up and shown a little attitude down there being saddled up as well for race number 2. 16 minutes to the post, start of the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden claiming event, 2-year-old fillies with a price of $30,000, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, Golden Irish, Flavian Pratt. And the jockey for the 7, Ardita Mente, Luis Avila. Post time, 6 minutes.
Just wanted to keep an eye on the number 7 horse, Ardita Mente, with Luis Avila in the saddle. She was showing a little aggressiveness there and maybe immaturity when she came out to the pony. And back behind the tree, they've turned her around. Looks like they've taken a little edge off of her as she warms up under that rider, Luis Avila. And filly that had a good workout here at Keeneland Racecourse. She worked a half mile out of the gate in 47-1 going back to the beginning of the month, the 2nd of October. She's getting a little bit of attention, 8-1 on the board, but she's certainly changed her attitude since coming out to the main track from the paddock, and we'll see how she does as she continues to make that appearance and act the way that she did when she came with the pony in the post parade. So just something to keep an eye on to see if they can keep her level up over the course of the next 4 minutes till post time. Mom's Cheesecake, really impressed by the number 8 horse with the way that she looked down in the paddock. We showed you this filly getting saddled. She's a strong-looking daughter of Gormley. Blinkers being added here today. I just like her shape, her size, and the edge that she has. It's not over the top. She's had race experience. She's currently sitting at 14-1. She may be a fit here as we'll see how she fares making start 3 of her career and trying Keeneland Racecourse for the first time in her career. But the favorite, still the first-time starter, the number 2 horse, Golden Irish, for trainer Brad Cox. Flavian Pratt picking up the mount. 3 minutes to post. Race 2, start of the early pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line race 2. Security pledge. Gets set to move into line. A little bit of storm comes forward. Citizen Judy. Teguar goes in. Get it together. Here's Bullet Baby. Real Mischievous, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes 7 on for the lead. Mom's Cheesecake is right there. Citizen Judy now moves by both of them. Golden Irish away running in 4th. Ardita Mente is 5th. She's single again. 6th down toward the inside. Bullet Baby is 7th. Little Bit of Storm is in 8th. Teguar is 9th. Real Mischievous is in 10th. At a gap of nearly 5 more lengths to Security Pledge, who's in 11th position. And Get It Together is last of the 12 as they work their way onto the far turn. 7 on from the outside. Puts ahead in front. Now moves up as they race past that opening quarter. 22.27 seconds. Golden Irish swings off the rail, takes over the lead around the far turn, opens up here by 3 lengths to the top of the stretch. Citizen Judy drops back. 7 on, began a move, stalled for a moment, now moves back up. 3rd, now to challenge for 2nd, but in the meantime, Golden Irish, quarter mile out, has opened up on a widening 8-length lead. Golden Irish comes into the final furlong, leading it by 7. 7 on has managed to work up into the 2nd position, well behind the leader, 16th to go. Then a gap of 5 more lengths to Citizen Judy 3rd, and Mom's Cheesecake is in 4th. Golden Irish, Flavian Pratt, much the best. It is all Golden Irish. 7 on will manage to finish in the 2nd position. Going to be close for show. And across the wire, it was Mom's Cheesecake up for 3rd, Citizen Judy 4th.
Well, as we pick it up at the quarter pole, this race was over. Golden Irish, her main competition, at least halfway through the race, was the number 4 horse, Citizen Judy, but she backed down from the challenge presented to her coming around the turn, and the first-time starter out of the Brad Cox barn just kept on rolling along. 5-2, the off odds, big number underneath with the 10 horse 7 on at 47-1. And it does look like Mom's Cheesecake gets there. As Kurt mentioned, the 8 Mom's Cheesecake appears to round out the trifecta, but no getting to the first or Golden Irish airing on debut.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 2, Golden Irish first. The 10-7 on was second. The 8, Mom's Cheesecake, was third. And the 4, Citizen Judy, fourth. 2:10.84 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the official winner, number 2, Golden Irish. Owned by Michael Petrangelo and Maya Comet Farm of William Harrigan, trained by Brad Cox. Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Golden Irish, 2-year-old filly by Golden Sense out of Majestic Island by Majestic Warrior. Winner bred in Kentucky by Bill Harrigan and Mike Petrangelo. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. 1 minute 10.76 seconds. And again, the results official 2:10.84, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover, main track fast, turf firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Scratch the 2, Fear of Union. Jockey for the 7, Apollo Rising, Flavian Pratt. 7, Apollo Rising, Flavian Pratt, the jockey.
Race number 3 starts the afternoon's pick 6 and $1 minimum wager. Starter allowance group going 1 mile and 3/16 for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for the $50,000 or less claiming price or broke their maiden in maiden auction race, restricted auction maiden special weight types, and which have not won a race other than maiden claiming or state bred allowance. And the current favorite is the Rail Gelding, Colson Gelding is competing here. Gilded Kraken for trainer Joe Sharp. But I'm going to take a go with the number 6 horse, Curlin's Gesture. This is a gelding for Marianne Scher, who's run 5 times in his career. He broke his maiden in a maiden $100,000 event, cleared the nominal as a 2 for 50 at Ellis Park, and then got eligible for the starter allowance condition by running and winning that $50,000 claiming race. Came back in that starter allowance at Church Show, ran a very good second as the favorite that afternoon. So when put in these correct spots, obviously this horse has responded, and he's backing against those types again today. So I'll take a shot with Curlin's Gesture, 4-1 on the board right now. I would expect that price to come down a bit. Taking a look at the double and pick 3 will pays, is both the 1 and 6 are the top 2 in the will pays. They're favorites in the will pays. So we'll see where the 6 settles as far as the post-time odds are concerned in race number 3. Now, Gilded Kraken, the number 1 horse, there's a lot to like about this gelding. He's got speed. He's got a rail post position draw. We'll see how he handles the 1 mile and 3/16 as he extends out past 1 mile and 1/16 off of that win in a starter 30 and steps up into a starter 50 as well. So this is a slightly more difficult condition that you would expect to see better horses running in versus a starter 30. But you can't knock anything that this gelding has done, at least this year. Really, he's riding a streak of in-the-money top 2 finishes in his last 5 races. A horse that was claimed for 30 back in May. And he's been well spotted by Joe Sharp and protecting him each step of the way, and gets another opportunity to run in those starter ranks here this afternoon. So good inside draw. Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle, 2-1 favorite, and should become post time here for race number 3. The number 4 horse, my second choice, going out of order there, Atlantic Dancer for Jason Cook. A horse that will try to rally from off the pace, and I think the added distance is a big plus for him. He wasn't beat. If you like the number 6 horse, which I do, you've got to respect Atlantic Dancer with the added ground that he gets here this afternoon. He made a big move to finish 3rd, beaten just a neck in that most recent start, and that was on the heels of a good run on the turf course at Ellis Park. And he's turned out to be a pretty productive claim for $16,000 when he was taken out of a sprint race. So we'll see how he fares with the added distance. He's got a pedigree for it, there's no doubt. He's by the Triple Crown champion American Pharaoh out of a Dixieland band first dam. So stamina on both sides of the pedigree, and Rafael Bejarano will take the opportunity to ride here today. But I just take the stance, if you like the number 6, you've got to respect the number 4 horse here, because they were only just a nose apart in that race at Churchill Downs. But you can see the big swing in the odds from 7-2 up to 4-1 on the number 4. But as mentioned, the 1 is the favorite with the speed that he should show from that inside post. Gilded Kraken, race number 3, coming up in less than 17 minutes. And a reminder, start of today's pick 6.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up, a mile and 3/16 over the fast main track. Doubled and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6, no carryover. Main track fast, the turf firm, and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Scratch the 2, Fear of Union. And a reminder, the jockey for the 7, Apollo Rising, Flavian Pratt. Post time, 7 minutes.
Three to one on the number 7 horse, Apollo Rising, as Flavian Pratt looks for consecutive pickup mountain wins here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this is a Will Walden trainee that has had good form here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's been steady at these longer distance races, even was good enough to win going a mile and a 16. So he's a versatile runner, 5-year-old son of Caraconte, 2-time winner at Keeneland. He's got 1 win from 5 races this year, but he's finished in the top 3 in all 5 of those starts for these connections against Starter Allowance Company, and even moving up into an A other than back in May at Churchill Downs on the turf course. So consistency goes a long way, obviously in form and especially at particular levels, and he has stayed in these levels of Starter Allowance races since running for the $20,000 and $25,000 tags at the end of 2023. So certainly worth considering, and many are 3 to 1 on the board right now. Still the second choice in front of Curlin's Gesture, who's 7 to 2 and the third choice. Now the outside runner, Ministerial, he could be the one to apply some pressure to the rail runner. I think that you would imagine that Johnny Velasquez will have this horse forward. He typically is when he's at his best, when he breaks well. That's been the key for this son of Uncle Mo, is breaking well and getting himself involved in the race. And it really appears that's where he finds the most confidence in himself, and certainly the most opportunity when it comes to looking at his overall record. He's got 4 wins from 10 starts, no seconds, no thirds, and he's won those 4 starts being up on the engine. And we'll see if he's able to do so from the outside post, sitting at 9 to 1 on the board right now for trainer Wesley Ward. So at 8 to 1, he could hang with the 1. I would imagine that will be the case, or at least the attempt with the Ministerial drawn to the outside. But still the favorite, the number 1 horse, 2 to 1 on the board, Gildan Kraken. For Joe Sharp, looking for back-to-back wins, is this 4-year-old son of McCracken, and he's looking for his first win here at Keeneland Racecourse, going 0 for 2 in his previous attempts. Race number 3 coming up in less than 3 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the pick six. Moving into line, race 3. Zoe moves into line, along with Overstatement. Here's Atlantic Dancer. Unstable Prince, with Ministerial the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes Gilded Kraken. Gilded Kraken goes right out for the lead. Ministerial is there from the far outside, and Curlin's Gesture up close in the opening strides as well. Apollo Rising comes away in fourth, but Gilded Kraken has the early lead as they work their way into the first turn. They still stack up 3 across, though. Curlin's Gesture and between horses Ministerial to the far outside, contesting the issue as well. Apollo Rising going to quickly drop over to the rail, save some ground in fourth around that first turn. Then a gap of just over 3 more lengths back of that one to Unstable Prince, who's running along 8 lengths off the lead, a gap of 3.5 more to Azoy, Overstatement, and then Atlantic Dancer, who's last. 23.73 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Gilded Kraken, the leader by just a neck. Ministerial draws alongside from second. Now, these two have opened up by nearly 6 lengths back to Curlin's Gesture, who's third at the midpoint of the backstretch. Then a gap of 3 more lengths. Apollo Rising is in fourth against the rail, still some 8 lengths from the lead at this point. 46.91 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Back up front, Gilded Kraken leads onto the far turn by 3/4 of a length. Ministerial is second, and then a gap of 8 more lengths. Apollo Rising gets going now, moves up to challenge for third around the outside of Curlin's Gesture fourth. Unstable Prince, Overstatement, Azoy, who drops out to the back of the pack along with Atlantic Dancer, who's last as the field comes off the final turn. And it is Gilded Kraken with the lead, going by the quarter pole. Gilded Kraken, a 5-length lead here. Ministerial second by 5. Apollo Rising is third, swings up toward the outside. Unstable Prince is fourth out in the center of the racetrack, still some 9 lengths from the front. And into the final furlong, Gilded Kraken, the leader by 6. Apollo Rising has gone to second, and then Ministerial. It is Gilded Kraken by 5 lengths, 16th to go. Apollo Rising still trying, still 4 lengths away though. Gilded Kraken chased by Apollo Rising, then Unstable Prince. Gilded Kraken wins it by a diminishing length on the line. Apollo Rising was home second, Unstable Prince was third, and then Ministerial fourth.
Nice performance from Gilded Kraken because he took pressure early on in this race. Ministerial, the 9-horse, went with him going into the first turn. They went fairly quick, especially for the distance, going 46 and change for the half. 9 started to back down. The 1 kept steady out on the front end. The number 7 is making chase. He was coming from well off the pace, Apollo Rising, but the wire's going to come up too quick for the 7 to catch the 1, Gilded Kraken, who goes off as the post-time favorite to trainer Joe Sharp and Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1, Gilded Kraken first. Number 7, Apollo Rising was second. Number 5, Unstable Prince third. Number 9, Ministerial fourth. 1759 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Gilded Kraken, owned by Epona Racing Stable of Brian Colnan, Toga Party Racing Stable of Clifford Lawrence Jr., the trainer Joe Sharp, and the jockey Tyler Gaffleone. Gilded Kraken, a 4-year-old gelded son of McCracken out of Ormolu by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. A mile and 3/16 over the fast main track, 1 minute 58.31 seconds. Third race results official. 1759, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering at the start of the late pick 5. Carry over $301,896. Main track is fast, turf firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. This fourth race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire on the fast main track. In this fourth event, a reminder, the jockey for number 2, Nullarbor, E.T. Baird. Number 2, Nullarbor, the jockey, E.T. Baird.
It is pick 5 time here at Keeneland Racecourse. Over $300,000 carrying from the Sunday late pick 5. The pool with the carryover already over $1 million. And we're 17 minutes to post. $1.1 million plus. Pool with carryover. It is going to be a giant opportunity on this Wednesday afternoon. We start with a $32,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and up. They'll be going a mile and a 16th here this afternoon. The number 4 horse Showtime for Jade Cunningham is the runner in which I'll lean on. Tyler Gaffleone has ridden this horse in 2 of his last 3 starts. Both times he's won. He won at Churchill Downs when this horse was with Joe Sharp. He won last time out when with Jack Sisterson. And Jade Cunningham and these connections, Bubba Rogers, the owner, claimed this horse for $20,000. Wheel him back for $32,000 here this afternoon. Those have been 7 furlong races. I think 7 furlongs translates to a mile and a 16th beautifully here at Keeneland Racecourse. So I'll stick with Tyler Gaffleone, sticking with this 5-year-old gelding by Into Mischief out of that nice first dam Flautist bred by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, looking to keep this streak going between Tyler Gaffleone and Showtime. 5-1 on the board right now in a fairly deep field. The Strava being the current favorite at odds of 8-5. I go to the outside, the 9 runner, as my second choice. That's Aaron West's Underdressed with Edgar Morales soon to be in the saddle. Was a winner 2 starts back in a $25,000 claimer. Tried a second-level optional allowance claiming event last time out at Horseshoe Indianapolis and finished 4th, beaten just a length and 3/4, but drops in for $32,000 here today. He's got some early speed to him. He sat close to a very quick pace last time out and came up just short, finishing out of the top 3 by not all that far. So Underdressed, the number 9 horse at 7-1, one to consider with this outside post that he's been dealt here this afternoon. And then the number 2 horse as the third choice, Nullarbor. E.T. Baird picks up the mount. E.T. is very good with speed horses. Here's another colt that's got some forward position to the way that he runs. He caused some trouble last time out, and he was actually DQ'd, finished 8th via disqualification after crossing the line and finishing 2nd on that afternoon. But shows up here for Steve Manley, who will bring horses to Keeneland Racecourse from the FanDuel Racing, formerly Fairmount Park, just outside of St. Louis on the Illinois side of the river. But E.T. Baird fits this colt undoubtedly, and E.T. rode him last time out, so nice to see that he picks up the opportunity to ride him again for Steve Manley. 13-1 on Nullarbor, who's making his Keeneland debut. Now, as far as the pick 5 approach, Gabby and I putting together a combo ticket this morning on Today at Keeneland. We don't have the 2, but we've got the number 5 horse. That is Strava, who's looking for his second win for AJ Suited Racing Stables after they claimed him for $80,000 in November of last year. Pretty clear favorite, as you can see right now, at 9-5. He's got course form at Keeneland. He's going to be stepping up and trip a little bit, but also dropping down in class. That's the biggest aspect to his opportunity here today, Strava, what is making him the 9-5 favorite. So we go 4-5-9 to start. Race number 5 on the turf course in a maiden special weight event. We wanted coverage, so we're going 5 deep there. Gabby likes Impractical Diva getting back onto the grass. The number 4 horse Brazilian Girl, she gets back on the grass as well. The 6 horse One Front War stretches out to a rattle ground. So there's a lot of reasons to like more than a few horses in race number 5. So that's why we're looking for coverage in that second leg. Race number 6, a second level allowance optional claimer at 1 1/8 on the main track. We'll go 3, 5, and 6. Neon Icon, who's shown ability when going these longer distances and has won at Keeneland in the past. That's the 3. The number 5 horse, Intricate, for Brendan Walsh, coming out of a pair of grade 1s. Filly for Bradley Thoroughbreds, and Laura Lee Stable gets Lasix for the first time, and then Landed, who's been on a win streak of 3 consecutive up in New York, beat Open Company, and then she's really had her way with New York Bred Company in a pair of stakes races, and she's a filly that we've seen now has been able to step up to the 1 1/8 distance. So I think you want to have coverage in race number 6. Race number 7, our featured event. It is a stakes quality group of allowance runners, a pair of millionaires with Arrest Me Red, the number 1 horse, and Outador. We've got both of those on our ticket. The number 6 horse as well, Mischievous Rogue for Mike Maker. Gabby making the case that this race sets up, and it does. There's plenty of speed in this race, so he's going to try to close into a pace we expect to be hot. And then Mo Stash, you can't sleep on him, the 10 in race number 7, with the form that he has here at Keeneland, and he comes out of consecutive stakes tries for BBN Racing. And then in the 8th and final, going 2 deep, the 4 and the 11, Touchy for Wesley Ward, who will be the hot favorite there, facing Maiden Special Weight Company for the first time in his career, coming out of stakes tries in both career starts at the age of 2, including the Grade 2 Saratoga Special and the 11-horse Campaign Trail for Eric Foster, colt by Global Campaign, who gets Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. He was beaten by East Avenue on debut, finished second by way of disqualification, and East Avenue, one of the most impressive 2-year-olds that we've seen this year, winning the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and one first or second choice in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile when it comes to that race next Friday down at Del Mar. So leaning on that live race from Ellis Park on debut. So $180 investment in this late pick 5. Get your friends together. Get involved in this late pick 5 here at Keeneland. It's going to be a big opportunity on this Wednesday afternoon and a really good sequence ahead, getting underway in less than 12 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, claiming race for a price of $32,000. 3-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Double and Pick 3 wagering started the late Pick 5 with a $301,000 carryover. The jockey for number 2, Nullarbor, E.T. Baird. Number 2, Nullarbor, the jockey, E.T. Baird. Post time, 6 minutes.
Getting set for the late Pick 5, over $1 million in that pool. We'll give you a look at it. $1.4 million with the carryover of over $300,000. So still plenty of room for growth over the course of the next 5 minutes. We're looking at the number 6 horse, Rocco Strong. He's a big son of Shackelford. And going back out to 2 turns may be a big plus for this 6-year-old gelding. He makes his Keeneland debut here this afternoon. He ran a one-turn mile at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet last time out. In his most recent race on the 19th of September. But going back out to 2 turns just may be the ticket for this son of the Preakness champion in Shackelford. 4-1 on the board right now. Luis Saez getting some play when it comes to the win pools. And I just think that getting a look at him physically, the 2 turns, and looking at his form, obviously, you can see why the 2 turns are more of a benefit to him here this afternoon. The number 10 horse, that is CFV Bullet, for trainer Armando Hernandez. Now, this is the first runner for Armando Hernandez this fall meet at Keeneland. He didn't run anything back in the spring, but if you go back to last fall, 2023 fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, he had 3 winners in starter allowance, and $50,000 claiming events. So he has brought horses here in the past and sprung some big upsets. He won with a horse named Lucky Boss, who was 16-1. This horse is sitting at 20-1, and Lucky Boss was able to win a $50,000 claiming event back on the 19th of October. I'm just looking at this horse and trusting Armando Hernandez in knowing what types of horses it takes to win here at Keeneland, and sitting out the spring meet to show back up here in the fall with a horse like CFV Bullet. So Armando Hernandez to be respected. Chris Amy in town to ride this son of Will Take Charge here at Keeneland. And he's run well in the past here at Keeneland, albeit for $30,000. He ran in the slop. He was second back in April, the day in which these connections claimed this horse to take down to Oaklawn and then eventually end up in Chicago as of late. Good luck in this late Pick 5. Over $1.5 million in the pool. Race number 4 coming up next at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the late pick 5. Pool now $1.7 million with carryover. Moving into line, fourth race. Roman Centurion and Rocco Strong move into line. Nullarbor goes in. Underdressed, walking up. WW Crazy moves into line. Here's Showtime. Strava. CFE Bullet, last one coming forward. Goes in. First wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Nullarbor from the inside, and there is Showtime right alongside. Strava to join them with Rocco Strong on the extreme outside. Nullarbor against the rail into the first turn, presses the issue here with Showtime. Showtime starts to move by, takes the lead, gets clear. It starts to move down toward the rail midway on the first turn. As they swing around the turn, Nullarbor will drop back along the inside. Strava moves by in second. Rocco Strong is up to third on the outside. Then further back, Huge Bigley is fifth, right in behind Nullarbor around the first turn. Plenty of company there. CFE Bullet is there up toward the outside. Navy Soul is in between horses, shifting lanes further out, running about 6 lanes off the lead as they head up the backstretch. Midpoint of the backstretch, it is WW Crazy, who's back in the 8th position and is followed by underdressed Roman Centurion is last. Opening quarter went in 23.84 seconds, 48.25 for the first half mile. It is Showtime, the leader. Showtime takes the field off the end of the backstretch, leads at 3/4 of a length. Strava is second, the same margin. And then Rocco Strong, who's wide, but third to the far outside. And then Huge Bigley, fourth back toward the inside. Nullarbor is in fifth between horses, 5 lengths off the lead. Underdressed is trying to move through an opening down toward the inside. Looking for some more running room, though, is still back in 6th position. The leader's past the quarter pole. Showtime is on top, chased by Strava. Top of the short stretch here. Huge Bigley is third, 5 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. Rocco Strong, then Navy Soul, who's a wide fifth, 8 from the front. Here comes Strava. Showtime has a narrow lead. Huge Bigley is there down toward the inside. These three separated by a length. Showtime, Huge Bigley up the inside, and Strava there on the outside. Strava, a final try to get Showtime. Strava by a nose on the wire over Showtime with Huge Bigley home third.
Well, the number 4 horse Showtime once again runs a giant race for Tyler Gaffleone, but maybe just gets caught by Strava on the wire, as we've got a photo listed on the board, posted on the board, and it took Strava a couple of attempts to try to get past him. And right here in the shadow of the wire, sticking his nose in front, looks like Strava, the favorite, kicks off the late pick 5 with the favorite here in race number 4.
Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 5, Strava, was first. Number 4, Showtime, was second. Number 7, Huge Bigley, third. Number 3, WW Crazy, fourth. 5473 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, unofficial winner, number 5, Strava, owned by the AJ Suited Racing Stable, LLC, of Justin Nicholson, trained by Norm Cassie. Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. Strava, 5-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief out of Catch My Drift by Pioneer of the Nile. Winner bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.63 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 5473, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Turf is listed firm, the rail at 20 feet today. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 12, Scenic Beauty, Jose Ortiz. 12, Scenic Beauty, Jose Ortiz.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 5 as we are 18 minutes away, and this race will head out to the turf course. Turf listed as firm for 1 mile and a 16th, maiden special weight for a 3-year-old fillies and upward. And I went with a shot here. The number 3, Impractical Diva. She's 12-1 right now, and I think you'll get every bit of double-digit odds on her. I at least hope so. She's got 2 races under the belt. First time out, and her only time on the turf, was sprinting at Ellis Park, going 5.5 furlongs. We watched that replay on today at Keeneland this morning, and it was an even race. She actually ran pretty well. She made a bit of an early move and then a sustained run coming down the stretch. She doesn't really have that proverbial turn of foot, but she is a horse that does like the grass. She came back in her second race, and she didn't run well on the dirt. To me, when I go back and I watch that debut performance, she looks like a 2-turn horse, a horse that needs to just be one-paced and hopefully forwardly placed, and I hope that's the case here with Joelle Rosario aboard. And Michael McCarthy's had a sneaky good meet this fall meet at Keeneland. So the 3, Impractical Diva, the top selection for me. The 6, One Front War. I was really going back and forth between picking either the 3 or the 6, and I decided to go with the higher priced of the 2. But the 6, One Front War, I do think there's a lot to like about this filly. You do have to question whether or not she will like the added distance, but she ran well first time out for Kevin Attard. And then first time for Mike Maker, she had a wide trip, wide post position. Nothing went right for her last time out at Kentucky Downs, and that was against Penny Smile, a very nice filly in her own right. She's certainly bred to handle the distance. She's by Warfront, flatter on the bottom side as well, and I think we're going to get back to seeing her with a forward trip. She showed a lot of speed first time out. With the wide draw and the wide trip last time out, I don't think she was afforded that opportunity, but she should be able to be forwardly placed, especially at the distance today. And then the 10 horse, Bird Watching. She's the current 2-1 favorite for trainer Arnaud Delacour. She's been very close in her 2 races, and she has 2 races with a lot of distance in between them, January and August. So clearly it's a good sign that she's back off of relatively short rest. Her last race was on the 31st of August, and she comes back against this group today. She was a beaten favorite last time out. She ran well first time out. I guess when a horse has back-to-back second-place finishes, sometimes you get to wonder, well, was it circumstantial, or is this a filly that doesn't have the punch that you want to see? I don't think that's the case. I think she ran against a good group of horses last time out. She lost. Now she has to stretch out to the mile and 16th. I don't think it should be an issue. Guess outside post position, she's going to have to work out a trip, but she is the class of the field, and she is arguably coming out of the toughest races for trainer Arnaud Delacour. I respect the favorite. I can understand why she's 2-1. I certainly think if you're playing that pick 4, she is one to consider. She looks great in the paddock as well. We'll take a closer look at some of these contenders in a few moments and report trackside. This race does kick off the late pick 4 sequence, 15 minutes away from race number 5. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Safari. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf, the rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 12 Scenic Beauty is Jose Ortiz. Post time at 7 minutes.
Taking a look at some of these horses warming up on the track, the number 9, Stenson's Dayton's, is a horse that I definitely think that you should consider here for trainer Nacho Correas. When I look at this field, I think there's a question of fitness for some of the runners in this field and also distance for some of the runners in this field. She clearly has proven that she can get a distance of ground. Her race is a little bit on the slower side, but that was earlier this year as a 3-year-old. She's been given time and now trained by Nacho Correas, and she looks incredibly fit off of this layoff. She certainly doesn't seem like she's coming in off of a layoff, and she looks like she's in really good condition. So 14-1, I'm just throwing out some options there at prices because the 10 Birdwatching, she really does look the part today for trainer Arnaud Delacour. She's a filly that she's big in size and scope, and she also is a filly that kind of appears to hold on to a little bit of condition. You can see her warming up here, but she just looks like she's got a very kind eye. She looks fit today as well. Second start off of that lengthy layoff, and I think just everything, they're kind of putting their best foot forward today at 2-1. She comes out of a strong race last time out at Kentucky Downs, and I do think that did her well in terms of fitness going the mile over that undulating turf course. And then the number 12, Scenic Beauty, was the other horse that I kind of threw in there at a big, big price. If you like to bet trifectas or superfectas, I certainly think that this horse is one that could hit the board. Robbie Medina sends this horse out. Jose Ortiz will be aboard as well. She's a little fiery. She's a little firecracker out there. She has a bit of an attitude, which I don't mind. She had a bad trip last time out, again, a wide trip. Didn't really run well the start prior to that on the turf at Churchill Downs, but just thought she was one that looked very fit coming into today. And her race 2 starts back in August on the main track actually wasn't bad. She's one, though, that will have to outrun her odds and try to overcome this outside post position. It's a really good group of horses. It's a competitive field right now. Your favorite, the 10, Bird Watching, at 5-2.
Please note that number 7, Fun Loving, does wear blinkers as regular equipment, and the blinkers will be applied at the gate. Fun Loving, the 7, whom you see on the television monitors now, will be outfitted with the blinkers at the gate. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Safari, start of the late pick 4. And there's the 7, Fun Loving, now with the blinkers on, getting ready to move into line. Moving into line, race 5. Impractical Diva comes forward. My Brazilian Girl and 8 Days Sober move into line. Pretty Pertinent. One Front War. Scenic Beauty will be the last one. Comes forward now. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes High Shot, Impractical Diva, Pretty Pertinent to their outside. Here's My Brazilian Girl moving up, and also One Front War out in the center of the course, who now takes 3rd. Pretty Pertinent has the lead. Only a half length, though. My Brazilian Girl is right there to the inside in 2nd position as they move into the first turn. And then One Front War, who stays outward from the rail in third because Impractical Diva's there to the inside in fourth. Stinson Statton's up close between horses, just 3 lengths off the early lead in fifth. 8 Days Sober to her outside, moves wide off the turn in sixth. High Shot seventh, Bird Watching eighth. Redo is in ninth position. Street Where You Live travels next up the backstretch, joined by Fun Loving, and then a gap of 5 more lengths. Scenic Beauty is the trailer, better than a dozen lengths from the lead. 22.42 seconds, the time for the first quarter, midpoint of the backstretch. Pretty Pertinent against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. My Brazilian Girl second by 3/4 of a length. And One Front War third on the outside, 46.59 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Onto the far turn they go. Impractical Diva fourth against the rail, still 4 lengths from the front. Now here's My Brazilian Girl trying to draw alongside of Pretty Pertinent, who leads it by 3/4 of a length. Pretty Pertinent leads by less than a length off the turn. My Brazilian Girl is second, then a gap of 3.5, 4 more lengths now. Back to One Front War in third. High Shot is in fourth. Redo is fifth. That pair with 8 lengths to make up. My Brazilian Girl, again, coming after Pretty Pertinent, who's still there to the inside, still has the lead. High Shot 6 lengths away in third. Pretty Pertinent into the final 16th. Leads at a length and a half. My Brazilian Girl second. High Shot is still third, still 5 lengths away from Pretty Pertinent and John Velasquez. High Shot with a final run, but Pretty Pertinent scores a 26-1 upset.
Well, this was a very spread out field. The number 5, Pretty Pertinent, actually got a pretty good trip, sitting forwardly placed today under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez. This filly was making her turf debut, the daughter of Liam's Map, and she certainly made a positive transition to the turf course today, pulling off a huge upset and shaking things up in terms of the pick 5, 26-1 on top. And look at that exacta, 17-1 underneath. 5-2-4 unofficially for race number 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race, number 5. Pretty Pertinent was first. The 2, High Shot was second. Number 4, My Brazilian Girl, third. The 1, Redo, fourth. 5-2-4-1 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official, 5-2-4-1. The official results. Official winner, number 5, Pretty Pertinent, owned and bred in Kentucky by Tom Walters. Trainer, Darren Miller. The jockey, John Velasquez. Pretty Pertinent, a 3-year-old filly by Liam's Map out of Pretty Prolific by Lionheart. The mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 43.65 seconds. And again, the results are official, 5-2-4-1. In the winner's circle, the Safari Trophy presentation. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Race 6 coming up. Main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 1, Sanctify. Also scratch the 4, Let's Talk About Me. And scratch the 12, Sakura Blossom.
Before we get into the sixth race, just wanted to mention the winner of the last race, pretty pertinent. She was feeling the heat a little bit after the race, and I can report that she is back at the barn cooling off and comfortable. So good news there. As we turn our attention to the sixth race, 1 1/8 on the main track, an allowance optional claiming event, 2 other than allowance. I went to the 3 Neon Icon here as the top selection. I know she and Intricate have been facing some of the toughest competition so far this season, respective to the field today, and I just felt like you would get a big shift in the odds here. 2-1 on the number 5 horse, and then we have 8-1 on the 3 Neon Icon. Now, both of these fillies do seem to be a little bit pace dependent, and some of the scratches might make that task a little bit more difficult, but I do think this is a very nice filly. Jockey Jose Ortiz picks up the call on her today. When I look at her form, and maybe it was just because she was facing easier company, but her first 2 starts, she did show speed. She was, in fact, forwardly placed in those races, and for whatever reason, she's just dropped way off the pace as of late. I hope she can maybe find that form that she had in her first 2 starts and bring some speed to the table today. She has to, because the 6th Landed, who's my second selection, and the Betting Public, is Betting Public's favorite right now at 8-5. She is very quick, and she has definitely turned into a different filly since stretching her out to the 1 1/8 last time out. She's always been right there, but I do think when she stretches out to a distance of ground, her speed comes a little bit easier to her. She will be tough to catch. When I look at the past performances of some of these horses, I don't know that anybody's as fast as she is. The 9 Audacious, she could get aggressive and go with the pace setter, or maybe the 11 Musical Note, but both those horses, I don't know that they're as fast as Landed is, and I do think it's always a positive to be able to be, loose on the lead today. The 1 1/8 won't be in question, in my opinion, especially if she gets a loose lead. Now, the 5 Intricate is going to be the third selection. She has had a good summer campaign. She almost won the Monomoy Girl at Churchill Downs. Then she followed that up with a 3rd place finish in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks against the likes of Torpedo Anna. And I think maybe those 2 races took a bit out of her. She didn't run well in the Alabama against Power Squeeze, but I do like the fact that they've kind of tapped the brakes on her, and we haven't seen her since the middle of August. She's been here at Keeneland for her last 2 workouts, off of the layoff. I think that's also important. And for today, for the first time, she gets the addition of Lasik. So all positive things with the number 5 Intricate. And although she can drop a little bit farther off the pace, I don't think she has to be too far off of it. Tyler Gaffalione knows her very well and kind of can sense the pace scenario of this race. We'll take a closer look at some of these contenders and report trackside for race number 6, the final opportunity to get in on that late pick 3. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Woodstock and Allowance Optional Claiming Race. Fillies and mares, 3 years of age, price $125,000 a mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 1, Sanctify. Also scratch number 4, Let's Talk About Me. And scratch the 12, Sakura Blossom. Post time at 6 minutes.
Here's a closer look at the number 5, Intricate, getting a good warm-up on the track. She looks so good today. She looks fit coming in off of the fresh sheen. She also looks very happy. Coat is shining. Just really good energy on the track. I love how she's really pulling Tyler Gaffleone along here on the track, ears forward, just having so much focus and class about her. She was also featured on the Clocker Report. She was one of the picks here. The Clocker noting that she's a well-bred daughter of Gunrunner and has been training forwardly in preparation for her first start since mid-August. That workout specifically on the 16th of October, 4 furlongs and 48 and change. She looks really good. Another horse, though, the number 9, Audacious. I wanted to talk about her because she's just a big, good-looking filly by Into Mischief. She's got a wonderful pedigree as well. She's not as exposed as some of the other horses that she's going against. She hasn't faced stakes company like most of the horses in this field, grade 1 company at that. She's only faced allowance company, and she got through the A other than condition last time out at Laurel. I think this distance is a bit of a difference maker for her. She just looks like one that would really do well at a mile and an eighth, and she has speed. I don't think she's as fast as your favorite in the number 6 horse, Landed, but she's not slow, so I don't think she's going to be too far off of it, and she could be sitting in the catbird seat today. She just made a lovely appearance for trainer Todd Pletcher. We'll see what she can do, as she's a big price at 8-1. Right now, favoritism clicking over to the number 5, Intricate, for trainer Brendan Walsh, 3 minutes away from race number 6.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Woodstock. Moving into line, race 6. Intricate and Just Be Quiet move into line. Audacious. Landed and America's Vow move in. Musical note, last one, coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Neon Icon, but a step quicker is Audacious, and there's Landed between that pair. Audacious goes to the front, and Landed moves up to her inside into second. In fact, Landed will press the issue. Audacious kept to the outside, could not clear with the lead, now is second, just right off the leader's flank around the first turn. Neon Icon tucked away neatly, though, in third position, just a length and a half off the early lead. Musical Note fourth on the outside. America's Vow 3 wide in fifth. Everland sixth between horses. Just Be Quiet to the outside is in seventh. Intricate back toward the rail is eighth. 5 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2 more. Regaled is last of the 9. Opening quarter went 24.39 seconds up the backstretch. Landed is the leader, has the lead by just a half length. Audacious second, 3/4 of a length. Musical Note third by a neck to the far outside. Neon Icon looks for running room toward the inside and fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. And then Everland, America's Vow to the far outside, followed by Intricate to the inside. Just Be Quiet, 6th from the front, placed outward from the rail to the far turn. Regaled is trailing the first half mile, 49.92 seconds onto the far turn. Landed to the inside, leads at a half length. Audacious still there in second a length. Musical Note tries to pick up those 2 now, has to go to the far outside, though, from third. And Neon Icon is fourth down toward the inside, still 2 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Intricate against the rail, who's got a lot of work to do. A 1/4 mile to go. Neon Icon looking for some running room, has to switch toward the outside. Audacious has the lead now from Landed. Neon Icon is still in third position. Musical Note is fourth. And into the final furlong, Audacious by a length and a half. Neon Icon takes aim again from the outside. Landed third back toward the inside. 16th to go. Neon Icon starts another run. Neon Icon, Keeneland win number 300 for trainer Rusty Arnold.
Well, we certainly have had a lot of connections, hit major milestones this season, and Rusty Arnold does that with 300 wins here at Keeneland. Congratulations to him. And this was such a game effort from the number 3 Neon Icon. She found herself a little bit more forwardly placed in where she has been in recent races, and that really was the difference maker here. Jose Ortiz had a forward trip, also saved ground. At this point in time, he was following the number 9 horse, Audacious, who also ran a huge race. He was tracking her and then really asking Neon Icon once he angled just to her outside. This was a grinding effort, a very game effort, and she gets up at 9-2. 9-2 over 10-1, 3-9-6-5 unofficially across the finish line for race number 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 3, Neon Icon, first. Number 9, Audacious, second. Number 6, Landed, was third. Number 5, Intricate, finished fourth. 3965, unofficial. In the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Woodstock, number 3, Neon Icon, owned by Glenn Bromwich II and Michael DeHere, trained by Rusty Arnold. Jose Ortiz, the winning jockey. Neon Icon, a 3-year-old filly by Arrogate out of Mademoiselle Coco by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Nancy Dillman. Keeneland sales grad Neon Icon gets the mile and an eighth over the fast main track in 1 minute 52.16 seconds. Results are official 3965, the official results. .300 wins at Keeneland for trainer Rusty Arnold. That is being acknowledged at this time in the winner's circle along with the trophy presentation for the Woodstock. Ladies and gentlemen, please join Keeneland in congratulating trainer Rusty Arnold, 300th Keeneland victory. Arnold, who is based here, is the track's second leading trainer by wins. His father, George, was a longtime trainer based at Keeneland as well. Keeneland's 7th and featured race upcoming to start the last of the day's rolling doubles. The turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet. Scratch number 8, Bushido. Also scratch the 11, Agent Peter Graves. And scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Our featured event is coming up next, race number 7, and we are heading out to the turf course at 5.5 furlongs. Turf is listed as firm. It's a very tough allowance race. I had a tough time picking the top selection here, but I did go to Mischievous Rogue here as the top pick for trainer Mike Maker. So one of the races that I look towards is his race back at Churchill Downs on the 8th of June. It featured a fast pace. A lot went his way, undoubtedly, but it was his first race off of a couple of months on the sidelines. He was fit enough to perform one of his best races on form, and it also did feature that fast pace that he closed into. I think he's going to get a similar setup today. It seems like a couple of horses want to have that forward position, and I hope he does get that right setup, because after that, he went to Hawthorne, he won a race, big time, actually beating Stakes Company in that event, and then he came back as the beaten favorite last time out at Kentucky Downs. I think 6.5 furlongs was probably a touch too far for him. He had tried 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs before, and he didn't run very well in that event, so I can give him a pass for that. Number 10, Moustache, is the second selection. This horse has just tried so hard throughout his career. He has 15 career starts, only 3 victories, but he has won a graded stakes race at a mile and a 16th. He's multiple graded stakes place going long. In fact, he even ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf as a 2-year-old. He really has done so much, and at this point of his career, it seems like they're trying to just make him into this turf sprinter. And he's been good. I think he's another one that kind of needs a setup. I thought he got a good setup, 2 starts back at Ellis Park, and he's another one that I think will get that appropriate setup, closing from off of the pace with the fast pace. He also loves Keeneland, a 2-time winner over the Keeneland turf course. And then finally, the number 1, Arrest Me Red. It was such a good ride by Frankie Dettori last time out to win at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5 furlongs. It was a good effort that he put forward 2 back at Ellis Park, too, off of the freshening. He's a horse that I think he's a little tricky to ride, and the rail post position isn't going to make that any easier, but at least he does get Frankie Dettori in the irons. I don't think he's as fast as some of the other horses at this distance, so he's going to have to sit that pocket trip and hope that something opens up for him when he can turn on his closing kick. The number 1, Arrest Me Red, my third selection. I went 6-10-1 here. Scott Hazelton goes with the number 7 horse, Out a Door, for trainer Eddie Keneally. He's 9-2 right now. Competitive feature coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Calumet, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Starts the last of the day's rolling double. Scratch the 8, Bushido. Also scratch 11, Agent Peter Graves. And scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Post time in 6 minutes. Rail at 20 feet.
I definitely liked what I saw from some of the horses that are taking money, but I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about some horses that offer a little bit better of a price. I really liked the 5 Iman here. He just looks extremely fit coming into this event. I know his last 2 races haven't been great, one being 6.5 furlongs on the downhill at Santa Anita, and the other being 1 mile and 70 yards in the Tappet Stakes at Kentucky Downs. Those distances are way too far for him. He is a sprinter. He's built like a sprinter. You can see him. He's got a strong shoulder, really rounded out in his hindquarters, very strong behind the saddle as well. Just look at him. He looks like a sprinter, and he's definitely on top of it today. He looks great and very fit coming into this effort. I love the turn back and distance for him, especially after seeing his energy and how he's just presenting himself on the track today. The other horse is the number 9. That's right. This horse also, he's fired up. Definitely a horse on his toes, which you like to see sprinting on the turf. You want a horse that has speed, that can show speed out of the starting gate. He's on his toes. He's got a lot of energy, but I wouldn't say it's negative by any means. I like how he's acting on the track today, and he should be able to show speed. The only reason why I didn't use him handicapping the race is that I thought it would be a very fast and contentious pace. A lot of the time when you're looking at turf sprints, you're looking at fast paces. But I do wonder how he's going to navigate this trip from the outside post position. He got caught up in a very fast pace last time out, and it was his undoing, so we'll see if he can bounce back. But he does look great. He looks very fit. A lot of definition that I'm seeing from the number 9. That's right. We are 3 minutes away from the 7th race. I thought one of the most challenging races in that pick 5 sequence. We'll see how it all unfolds. It's a good one. Coming up next, race number 7.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 2, Stitched. Late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race. Scratch number 2, Stitched. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Calumet. Moving into line, race 7. Outador moves into line. Here is Front Run the Fed going in. Amon comes forward, along with That's Right. Mostache walking up. Sasua Summer will be the last one. Coming forward now. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Outador, That's Right, Outador. Those two come right out to the front. Mostache is away running in third. Arrest Me Red comes away in fourth. Mark of the Z is in fifth. Sasua Summer settles out toward the center of the pack between horses in sixth. Mischievous Rogue, seventh up on the outside as they head on to the far turn. Front Run the Fed is in eighth, and Amon is last of the nine as they work their way onto the turn after the opening quarter mile in 21.48 seconds. Back up front, That's Right, has wrestled the lead away and has opened up by 5 lengths from Altador, who's now trying to hang on to second. Mostache moves up third up on the outside with a quarter mile to go, followed by Arrest Me Red toward the inside. Mischievous Rogue toward the outside is still 7 from the front. That's Right leads. Mostache is coming on. 2 lengths separate the top two. Arrest Me Red third. Mischievous Rogue is in fourth. That's Right into the final furlong has the lead. Mostache and Arrest Me Red running on. Mostache, Arrest Me Red bearing down on That's Right. Mostache between horses. Arrest Me Red coming from the outside. Mostache, Arrest Me Red. Arrest Me Red gets up on the line for Frankie Dettori to win the feature.
Brilliant ride by jockey Frankie Dettori. We saw the number 9 set the fractions early. Irad Ortiz Jr. just going for it on the front end. The 10 Mostache tracking that lead. The one Arrest Me Red, I was surprised by this patient ride early from Frankie Dettori. To take this horse back off the pace, he decided not to run with the number 9 horse, and that proved to be the right decision. Slowly but surely angling him outside of those 2 horses to his inside and getting up by a narrow victory to take the feature.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race: number 1, Arrest Me Red, first. Number 10, Mostache, was second. Number 9, That's Right, third. Number 6, Mischievous Rogue, fourth. 110.96, unofficial. Race 7, results official, 110.96, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Calumet, the official winner, number 1, Arrest Me Red, owned by Lale Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Frankie Dettori. Arrest Me Red, a 6-year-old gelded son of Pioneer of the Nile. Out of Maraschino Red by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Mr. and Mrs. Roy Jackson. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 3.4 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Calumet Trophy presentation to the connections of Arrest Me Red. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Main track is fast. Scratch number 8, Hitchcock, and also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Jockey for the 10, Original Sin, Flavian Pratt. Flavian Pratt rides the 10. And the jockey for number 12, Amor Patrie, Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 12, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Well, we finally get to today's nightcap, and we did see $2.8 million final pool there in the pick 5. So thank you to all of our customers for contributing to the sequence today, and best of luck if you are alive in this nightcap. It has not been an easy one, so tip of the cap for all who have managed to get this far. And the pick 5 looks like it will pay out. So we do have a couple of horses that might contribute to a pick 6 carryover, but everything is covered in terms of the pick 5. I went to a long shot here in the nightcap, the number 11 Campaign Trail. Kind of disappointed to see this horse at 9-1. I can't say that I'm surprised, though. Any horse that Tyler is riding is probably going to be a fraction of that. He didn't run well last time out, but he had legitimate trouble in the beginning of the race. He steadied back to last. He couldn't recover from that. And when I look at his first race, he is a horse that seems like he needs a forward trip. He doesn't have a lot of gears. It was a good effort. He managed to finish third against East Avenue. Obviously, East Avenue going to be one of our favorites in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile this year. It has been a common race throughout the meet, that East Avenue race. We've seen several horses exit that race and run here at the meet. The best horse to exit that race was Built, and he did come back to win at Keeneland. He actually finished fourth in that event, so behind Campaign Trail. I thought that was positive, and I don't mind this horse coming into 6.5 furlongs today. Hopefully he can get a forward trip. Now, the 4 Touchy, I would imagine that a lot of people leaned on this horse in the pick 5 sequence, even the pick 6 sequence, because the sequence had not been easy to get to this finale. So, I can understand why this horse is a heavy favorite. He's coming into the race with a bullet workout here at Keeneland. He's been facing tougher company. He ran in the Saratoga Special last time out. He ran against Stakes Company in his debut. He has actually never raced in a maiden special weight. And sometimes you can get away with that. Sometimes stakes races come up easier than maiden special weight races. This is not the case for the 2 stakes races that he comes out of. This is a big class relief for him today. I guess the one thing you could question is maybe the 6.5 furlongs, because he did show some interest and then just kind of flattened out going 6.5 in the Saratoga Special last time out. We'll see what happens here with the 4 Touchy, your heavy favorite. And then finally the 6 Mo Quality for trainer Chris Davis. With a small sample size, Chris has done such a good job with his runners this meet. He's winning at every type of level. So I think when you look at the stats for first-time starters, you have to kind of put that aside, because he's having an above-average type of meet, and it certainly seems like he's waited to place these horses and run them at Keeneland. I think that's a positive sign. He also gets Jose Ortiz. When Jose Ortiz rides for Chris Davis, they team up for a lot of victories. I like it. That's just about it. I mean, this horse has been clocking fine workouts at Turfway. I don't always love that with a first-time starter on the dirt, because if they get that kickback, sometimes it can be a little bit jarring or surprising for a horse. But the pedigree is there, the workouts are there, and this duo has been pretty productive, 7-1 right now on the 6 Mo Quality. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses and report trackside, but we are 13 minutes away from the 8th and final race. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Milford Farm maiden special weight 2-year-olds, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 8, Hitchcock, also scratched the also eligibles 13 through 16. A reminder, the jockey for the 10, Original Sin, will be Flavian Pratt. And the jockey for the 12, Amor Patrie, is Ricardo Santana Jr. Post time, 5 minutes.
Taking a look at your favorite right now, the number 5, Touchy, was just that in the paddock. This horse was definitely on edge, but he was actually one of the better behaved horses in the paddock. There were some horses in here that were rearing up and just being a little bit naughty. The number 2 horse being one of them, and especially the 7, the Form, was really not having a good time in the paddock. But the 4, Touchy, although maybe a little bit on the warm side, he certainly seems like he's revved up and ready to go. We'll see what he can do, as he is the even money favorite. The number 6, Mo Quality, I really liked how this horse was behaving. I mentioned some horses maybe getting a little bit warm in the paddock, acting up, but this horse was so professional, and that goes a long way in these 2-year-old races. A lot is thrown at them, in their first start, and he certainly took it all in stride. So not only from a physical standpoint, but behaviorally, I definitely like how this horse is acting. And then finally, the number 12, Amor Patrie. This is not a horse that I mentioned in the pre-race analysis. I actually really liked how he looked as well. Jimmy DeVito has sent in a handful of horses over the course of the past couple of months to Churchill and to Keeneland, and they've run well. I feel like, unfortunately, they've always had these bad post positions, though, and this is definitely that, and this horse is going to have to work out a trip from the outside post position. But he comes in with solid works. He gets Ricardo Santana Jr. today, and he certainly looks fast. Hopefully he can break well with that outside draw. He's 10-1 right now. Even money on your favorite. That's the 4, Touchy, for the nightcap. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Milford Farm. Moving into line, race 8. Au Contraire comes forward along with Can Do Andrew. Here's Royal Coach. Now Touchy. Tartarian walking up. Original Sin moves into line. Here's Campaign Trail. Amor Patrie, the last one. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Campaign Trail with Can Do Andrew and Touchy up close along with Tartarian, who's there in between horses. Here's Tartarian to challenge Can Do Andrew for the lead. Campaign Trail third. Touchy settles back 2 lengths off the lead in fourth. Gap of 2 more. Harvest and Heart is in fifth. Au Contraire moves up 1 spot from between horses sixth. Amor Patrie, 7th on the outside. Original Sin, 8th. The form is in 9th position. Royal Coach moves by to the inside from 10th. And Mo Quality is wide in 11th, 22.2 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Tartarian against the rail leads it by 3/4 of a length. Touchy seconded between horses Can Do Andrew, then Campaign Trail, who stacks up to the far outside, 3 wide around the turn in fourth, still running 3 lengths off the lead. It is Tartarian with Touchy finding an opening, and Touchy now comes up the rail. Touchy, a 1/4 mile to go, shoots up the inside and takes a narrow lead off the far turn. Tartarian second. Campaign Trail is taking aim from the outside, but is still third. Can Do Andrew is there fighting on between horses. Touchy has a 3-length lead into the final furlong, and then Campaign Trail. Mo Quality runs late, way out on the grandstand side, but Touchy 5 lengths to the good now, and Touchy to win it for Joel Rosario. Mo Quality will be up for second. Campaign Trail was across the line in third, followed by Tartarian, and then Close for fourth.
Well, the favorite delivers in today's nightcap. We could see jockey Joel Rosario just sitting behind the pace setters and saving ground throughout. And then when the little hole opened up on the rail, slipped right through at the top of the stretch, and he was well clear coming down the lane. Now, we did see a late run by the number 6 Mo Quality. He was running in spots throughout. Still a very game effort. And it does look like the 11 horse down in the inside does get third at 17-1. But no doubt about the winner, the number 4, Touchy, the best today in the nightcap, and finally breaks the maiden for trainer Wesley Ward and jockey Joel Rosario.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 4, Touchy, finished first. Number 6, Mo Quality, second. Number 11, Campaign Trail, third. Number 5, Tartarian, was fourth. And number 9, Can Do Andrew, finished fifth. 4, 6, 11, 5, 9, the unofficial results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Milford Farm, the unofficial winner, number 4, Touchy, owned by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC, of Gonzalo Torrealba. Back-to-back wins for trainer Wesley Ward and Joel Rosario, the winning jockey. Touchy, 2-year-old son of Nyquist, out of Touch the Moon by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.66 seconds, and the results of race 8 are official. 4, 6, 11, 5, 9, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryovers for tomorrow's card. Live racing resumes tomorrow 1 p.m. Eastern Time. In the winner's circle, the Milford Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Touchy. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.